In a place where the ocean meets the fairways and the trade winds shape every shot, college golf returns to paradise under the Puerto Rican sun. 15 of the nation's top programs gather at Grande Reserve, an early season proving ground where rhythm is found, rivalries begin, and championships start to take shape. And this year, the best are here. Number 1 team in the country, the University of Virginia. The number 2 team in the nation, LSU. Elite talent, world-class scenery, and every swing carrying momentum into the season ahead. From pressure-packed feature holes to marquee feature groups battling shot for shot, this is where preparation meets performance. This is where contenders rise. This is the Puerto Rico Classic, and you can only experience it all here. Our featured coverage starts now on Babygrande Golf. And good morning and welcome to the Grand Reserve Golf Club in Puerto Rico for round number 1 coverage on Babygrande of the Puerto Rican Invitational. Glad to have you along on Babygrande today. Very early if you're in the West Coast, not late if you're on Mountain Time either, as Babygrande's coverage from round number 1 begins today. Hi everybody, Nick Gismondi. Glad to have you here at the Grand Reserve Golf Club, where in just about 2 weeks' time we'll play host to the Puerto Rico Open, PGA Tour FedEx Cup Point event, and things just getting underway here today on the par 3 11th. We'll talk about that hole in just a moment, but right now this is the threesome of Neville Reuter, Mason Schmidtke, and Grant Gudgel. Charleston, Marquette, and the University of North Florida. And a nice one to start things off. Yes, Marquette with a beauty of a putt to get things started. And Mission Grant Gudgel, with a nice putt for birdie there to get things kicked off. And that brings up Neville Reuter. Oh, and that was for par. His birdie lag putt was nice and tight, but Reuter with just a little bit of a tap-in for par and misread this one early. So a tap-in bogey to start here as hole number 1 of the day kicks off as our broadcast coverage is underway from Puerto Rico.
All right, this is the 11th, par 3. Playing normally at about 192 yards, but they will move the tees up because that PGA event is coming here in a week's time, 2 weeks' time actually. This may be short, but it is a diabolical hole. Not long, but the wind will affect this later in the day. Right now, nominal wind, so not an issue. The smart play is to the middle of the green. If you're aggressive, it's going to blow off the back, and that is a difficult chip to a tight pin on the back middle of this interesting green. Usually they're going to move it up, like I said, so players used to playing an 8, 7, or a 6. Today, with it being forward, playing very much shorter. So this one, players mostly have a wedge or a 9-iron in their hand. Tricky pin is in this top right position, not there today. That'll be where the second round pin is at. Round 2, it'll be 21 on and 4 right. There's a slope, a significant slope in the middle of this green, right about where that pin is just left. So the smart players will play right of the slope, and if it's too right of that, it'll be a very tricky 2-putt, and we could see some big scores. All right, back with you here on 11, and we will be with you for most of the day. We'll also have a little bit of coverage coming to you from 12, but this brings up the group of Miles Eubanks from Charleston, Johan Waddell from Marquette, and Maxwell Shaw from Florida. All right, first to play will be Johan Waddell out of Marquette. 441 on the Wagger. He is the number 1 for this team out of Sweden. But a wedge in hand here. Hit this well. Second to play, pardon me. And puts that one safely on the green here. This one is going to, it's just going to move a little bit. It's right about where that ridge is at that I was telling you about. So, not a bad pin position there. He should be in good shape. Tricky putt. Going to be downhill. Move a lot to the left. All right, final player to play out of the University of North Florida. This will be Maxwell Show. Oh, and a nice shot there. Beautifully played. Puts this one right up in tight. All right, so 3 players aboard and 2 very good opportunities at birdie and 1 very tricky putt for par. All right, so everybody making their way back to the green here, and it'll be Joe with that long putt ahead for Iowa. He's going to have to take a good long look at this one. Difficult position. That's going to be a tough putt, especially with that pin placement that we talked about. So Joe will have an interesting one over the ridge there. That's one of those clown mouth ones that you're used to, when you're hanging out on a Friday night with your girlfriend at the mini putt-putt and batting cages and golf carts. So I'm sure he's used to that. I have to find a way here on these interesting greens here in Puerto Rico. This golf course is very straightforward. Players played this yesterday at the distance that they were going to play it at. This course can obviously play long. It has a tour event coming in 2 weeks. Again, normally playing at around 192. This one playing much differently, playing it forward at about 150 yards today. So players typically with an 8 or 9 in their hand. Now today, 9-iron, wedge, and that'll all factor depending on how this wind starts to blow. Now, the prevailing wind here is typically a left to right. That's not the case today. In fact, it's pretty nominal, almost at your back. So they're getting a little bit of help from that wind. Nothing super substantial. There's some pine trees beyond the green and to the left, and that's what we see players really kind of looking at and studying. All right, so it's Maxwell Joe. This is his attempt at birdie. All right, putts away. Good pace on this one. That has a chance. Oh, what an absolute beauty. A tap-in par on this hole with that putt is not a problem at all. He'll be very, very happy with that. All right, so tap-in par for Maxwell Joe at the par 3 11th. You would have told him that earlier. He would have taken it. Miles Eubanks will be next to putt. Junior out of Warrensville, South Carolina, 157 on the Wagger. He led Charleston with a tied 6, 5 under finish at Brattle Creek and Briars Creek. This is his putt for birdie. Yes, sir. And the second of the day, and a nice birdie for Miles Eubanks, the number one for this Charleston team. The Cougars have built towards some regional competitiveness, including some strong fall performances and really strategic tournament scheduling. The Cougars with a birdie, and that brings up Marquette. Johan Wodahl from Sweden, top finisher at the Clerico, led Marquette with a 16th place finish at the Clerico tournament at Southern Hills in the fall of 2025, and a birdie here at 11. This hole playing at about 3 under on the day right now through just 2 groups. All right, back with you here on 11, and the next group as the school's changing up a bit. Beautiful shot to the middle of the green, and this is the group that started on 10B. So from Ohio State, this is Timote Fomenik, James Earl in this group from the University of Georgia, and Brady Smith from the Cardinals. Nice shot there. That was James Earl. And Brady Smith will be the last to play. Ball's away, and James Earl trying to pin Zeke. Now, they played this yesterday during the practice round. Of the first 2 practice rounds, mostly in the rain, so it was difficult to get necessarily judgments and whatnot on exactly what these distances were going to play. Now, the course did get heavy rain again overnight. No rain in the forecast today, but it is the tropics a bit, and we are in a rainforest climate, so not necessarily a guarantee in terms of if that rain will hold off completely today. A little bit of an overcast sky has kept the temperatures down low. Wind, again, nominal right now. And this course is in PGA Tour shape with the Puerto Rico Open coming in about 2 weeks. So currently right now, very receptive greens. It is a green light. I talked to a few of the coaches before the event today and just asked them, said, what did you green light the guys? Is it a full send? And the answer was yes, absolutely. Golf course is soft right now. It is cart path only. So as a result, obviously these players are walking anyway, but it just speaks to how soft this golf course currently is. Now, I walked this green a little bit this morning. Very squishy. As a result, the receptiveness of that makes this a little bit more interesting in terms of just how players play this. Now, this pin is difficult and it dares you to go at it, but for the most part, everybody played this one pretty smart. Everybody came up a little bit short, and that's just them misjudging this wind. All right, so everybody's safely aboard and taking a look at some birdie putts here. Look at the assistant coach for Georgia. That is Mookie. I had an opportunity to talk to him this morning at breakfast ahead of this. And, Mookie's one of the smart young guys on this coaching staff at Georgia. And he's going to have himself attached to James Earl today. Mookie told me this is definitely a gettable pin. James Earl won't be first to play. It'll be Brady Smith. And this is Brady's attempt at birdie, and that's going to come up a lot short. So left himself with a bit of a tricky par putt here. He'll have to throw a mark on that one as we come to James Earl. Out of Jupiter, Florida. 219 ranked national player. Played in 10 tournaments his rookie season, 4 times as an individual. Earned his best finish at the Ford, where he competed as an individual. Was tied 23 at 5 over par. All right, this is James Earl for his birdie. Oh, made a good run at it. Just needed it to stretch a little bit more. That should be a stress-free tap-in par for James Earl. And that brings up Timothé Formanek for Ohio State. Sophomore out of the Czech Republic. Scholar athlete and ranked 429 nationally. For birdie. Oh, goodness. And he just tickled with it. So it'll be a tap-in par for the Buckeye. Our expert cameraman, Stan Gillen, played this golf course yesterday and finished at 5 under. Impressive performance for the man out of Colorado. Actually calls Castle Pines his home golf course. I'd have made him putt that, though. Brady Smith for par and absolutely blows that one by. Left himself a bit more of a tester here for bogey. All right, no problem there. And a walkaway bogey that he will not be happy about. Wanted a little bit more out of that. Had an opportunity to hang out with Brady yesterday on the 8th, and it was a little bit of an easier hole for him. He's gonna think about that one for just a minute. It's a tap-in par for James Earl, and on to the next for our third group through. All right, next up on the tee, coming fast and furious, it will be the group of Vaughn Harbor out of Ohio State. Matt Maloney from the University of Georgia. And Brady Smith out of the University of Louisville, who just walked off. First ball away is Ohio State. Nicely done. Good shot there. Vaughn Harbor dumps it in the middle of the green, and that is the exact same putt that we saw earlier, just a moment ago, from James Earl. This is Matt Maloney from the University of Georgia playing next. Maloney hit a 9-iron here yesterday, and he's put that in good shape. Not a bad shot by Maloney. Nicely done. Good look at birdie. And that brings up Andrew Tan of Louisville. Andrew Tan, ball away. Oh, well, that will find its way off the back on the right-hand side. Now it caught up in the fluffy rough. Doesn't look like that ball's sitting down too much. I'll get a look at it here in just a moment, but if it's not sitting down too much, it shouldn't be a difficult chip. The difficult chip is long and on the back side. That one should be okay. We'll take a look at it here as the players make their way up. Okay, back with you here on 11 Babygrand's coverage of the Puerto Rico Classic from Grand Reserve coming to you. Glad to have you along and getting a look at this group of Vaughn Harbor, Matt Maloney, and Andrew Tan. Andrew Tan out of Louisville will be first to play. I had an opportunity to go over and take a look at that lie. Very soupy, soft golf course today. Finds himself in a decent spot. That ball settled down just a little bit in that fluffy rough. He would have probably preferred it to come out of there a little bit more. So he's going to have to be real careful about where he catches his golf ball. All right, Andrew Tan with his chip attempt for birdie. Just tough to stop that, right? Like that ball's buried a bit there. You can't do much to get that out of there. He'll take that for sure. Very good shot from what his lie was. So we'll see what Andrew Tan can do with that. Tricky for him, but has a par putt, and that will bring up Ohio State. Vaughn Harbor next to play. Harbor for birdie leaves himself about a 4-foot tester for par. We'll have to mark that as Matt Maloney from Georgia will be next to play. Maloney from Daniel Island, South Carolina, ranked 284 nationally. Played in 7 tournaments his rookie season. Once as an individual, but he earned his best and first top 10 finish at the Linger Longer. That was tied for 9 at 4 under par. This is Maloney's attempt for birdie. Oh. As the great Grant Fuhrer would say, so shy. A tap in par for Maloney, and he's away safely, no problem. Vaughn Harbor's attempt at par. Stress-free. And this is Andrew Tan. No problem. 3 pars and the 11th playing easy here today during round number 1. All right, it's Joe Wilson from Ohio State, Grayson Wood of Georgia, and Cooper Claybaum of Louisville. Grayson Wood out of Georgia will be first to play. He's had a phenomenal break. Just love the way that this young man plays golf, oozes confidence. Doesn't fully like this one and won't, because he's found himself on the right side of that ridge. So that'll be a tricky putt, and he'd be lucky to two-putt from there. Gonna need a nice lag. Cooper Claybaum of Louisville will be next to play. Cooper Claybaum, a junior from Orlando, Florida, 93rd in the country, top 100 player, has hit this well and just, oh goodness, too much spin. That'll stay on the green, maybe, but I believe that's fallen off the left-hand side right now. So Claybaum, who was tied for 15th with a score of 2 over par, 215 at the Gopher Invitational. He shot around under par with a score of 70. He was also 10th at the Fighting Irish Classic with a 1 under, which included a personal best round of 64. This brings up Joe Wilson out of Ohio State University. The Ohio State University, and Wilson looking to put one close here. Some interesting shots, and well, goodness, he's done just about the exact same thing as Cooper Claybaum. So we'll have some interesting second shots here from the group at 11. Okay, back with you here on 11. So glad to have you along on Babygrande Golf today, as we bring you coverage from the number 11th of the championship course at the Grand Reserve Golf Club for the Puerto Rico Classic. 15 teams here, 90 plus players, and everybody getting settled at this 192 yard par 3 11th. Not playing at 192. Obviously, the folks here at the Grand Reserve trying to preserve the golf course for the Puerto Rico Open that lands here in about 2 weeks. A couple of days of rain and now overcast conditions here in Puerto Rico as we get you set for a full day's action. And this is the group of Grayson Wood, Joe Wilson, and Cooper Claybaum. Now, we had a chance to take a look at some of these, and Grayson Wood, the only one who landed on the green, and relief being taken by Cooper Claybaum right now. I went over and took a look at his ball, and it's embedded a bit, and in the soft conditions here, I mean, it's lift clean in place, so it's no longer a club length away. It's a scorecard length. So you saw Claycomb measuring over there. He's got about a scorecard's difference here, so he's going to make that change, and we'll see if he elects to putt it. He does have the putter in his hand. I believe he brought his wedge over there as well, but not so sure he's going to go with that. Cooper out of Orlando, Florida. He's tied for 11th at the Bearcat Invitational with a 2-under. That included rounds of 69 during the first and second. Boasted a fall best finish of 5th at the prestigious Blessings Collegiate as well. Claybaum will probably be first to play. Grayson Wood's going to take a good long look at his. He's got a tricky situation over there with that ridge. So they're talking about it. Claycomb will be first to play. He is going putter. Probably a smart play. Just finds himself on the fridge. Just got a little bit of relief out of that divot. Alright, putts away for Claycomb, and he had a mountain to climb here in the rainforest of Puerto Rico, and that is going to be an interesting putt for par. That brings up Grayson Wood, one of my favorite players in the field, ranked 366, had 3 top finishes in his first season with the Bulldogs, tied for 5th at the Valero Texas Collegiate with a 6-under 210. His putt is away for birdie. Love the pace by this young man, and that is a nice lag putt for what should be an easy tap-in. He led the Bulldogs to victory at the Linger Longer, shooting 9 under to end the tournament, tied for 2nd. And the Fredericksburg, Virginia native with a chance for par, as it's now Joe Wilson from the Ohio State University. Made his go at birdie. Blows that one just a little bit by the hole, so a comebacker for par. Joe Wilson, a redshirt junior out of Westchester, Ohio. Academic All-Big Ten in 24 and 25, and a scholar athlete in 23, 24, and 25. This is the cleanup for Cooper Claycomb. Needs this for a par. Oh! And he deserved it too after that lag putt initially, but a tap-in bogey after a tough tee shot. So Joe Wilson now. Oof. And a lip out just to the right, so 2 bogeys so far here on the 11th, and that leaves Grayson Wood probably double thinking his easy tap in for par. Here is Wood's attempt for 3, firmly in the back of the putt for the young man from Virginia. 2 bogeys and a par, and we'll check in on the leaderboard shortly here from the 11th. All right, back with you on 11. This is the group of Jack Vochtka of Ohio State, J.D. Colbreth, the young man from the University of Georgia, and Easton Johnson of Louisville. This is Colbreth of Georgia. All right, he's fine there. He didn't like it off the tee, but we played this one yesterday. He's not going to like that I'm going to tell you this, but we were on the tee box and chatting it up a little bit, and he stepped up and hit and shanked one right. Cold shank. The Bulldogs playing this hole pretty good today. Grayson Wood with a par. James Earl played it well, had a birdie, and Matt Maloney, the group before him, had a par. So let's see what Easton Johnson, J.D. Colbreth, and Jack Vochtka do. Coach Chris Hack out there walking with his team today. This one's away and safely in the middle of the green. So 2 on, 1 to the left, and everybody in good shape still here at number 11.
Cooking soul.
All right, so interestingly enough, we see a lot of the same shots happening here today. Either you're dumping it into the middle of the green because players are confused by the wind and that ridge that runs right through the middle, or they're falling off on the left-hand side. So that was unfortunately the situation there for Jack Vochtka of Ohio State. Finds himself just off of the fringe and through, and that puts himself in chipping territory. Now, we just saw Andrew Tan there, or excuse me, Cooper Claycomb was there from Louisville just a moment ago, but Cooper found himself on the fringe and got a little bit of relief because the ball had plugged, and that's why it didn't settle back down into the rough. Different story here for Jack Vochtka. Jack's going to have to chip this one because it's found its way through that fringe and into the deeper rough. Now, this is a tricky shot because he's got to figure out where he wants to land this. And just over that ridge and on is the play, so we'll see what he does here, but not an easy chip. That's exactly where he wanted to land it. I mean, you can't do it much better than that. That is absolutely brilliant shot. Brilliant shot by Jack Vochtka of the Ohio State University. Can't do much better than that. Give himself a look at par there, and certainly a better spot than where we saw Cooper Claycomb in just a moment ago. J.D. Colbreth taking a good look at his. Easton Johnson, I believe, will be next to play. Louisville with top 3 and top 5 finishes in the fall of 2025 at the Blessing Collegiate, where they were second, in the Fighting Irish Classic, where they were third in a strong second round. Team can contend in multiple different fields, that's for sure. It might be J.D. Colbert first to play. Yeah, it will be. The young man out of Georgia. Freshman out of Thomasville. Ranked 108 nationally, 3 top 10 finishes in 2 years, including a runner-up finish at the 2022 Georgia Amateur Championship, which he cites as his top accomplishment. Unless he can make this birdie putt right here. Oh! J.D. Colbert deserved that one. A nice roll by the young man, and it is a tap-in par for the Bulldog. So Easton Johnson, we'll have a look now. The senior out of Kansas City, Missouri, appeared in 5 events during the fall, posted a 73.5 stroke average, tied for 8th at the Minnesota Golf Classic with a 2 under par. This is for birdie, and he's just blown this one past, but pumps the brakes a little bit, so has a tap-in par, or at least should be. He tied for 16th at the Fighting Irish Classic as well, with a score of total score of 216. He's got this left for a par here at 11. Tap in, no problem. J.D. Colbert already tapped in for his par. And that just leaves Jack Vochka. Yeah, no problem there. 3 pars, and they are on to the next. Okay, Ohio State will be first to play. This will be Tyler Sabo. Again, keep in mind that the distance on this hole is traditionally 192 yards. They're playing about 40 yards up, so playing about 150. Sabo finds himself in the middle of the green, just sitting right on top of that ledge. Warren Thomas of Louisville will be next to play. So, as I was saying, about a 150-yard shot here. Most players with a 9 or a pitching wedge. That wind has switched from helping to hurting. Ball away. And that has landed itself on the middle of that green. Put himself in a good spot there. So it's Carter Laughlin now, the Georgia Bulldog. Last to hit here on the par 3. Just absolutely love this young man's swing. Kind young man, great family. His mom and dad are here in the gallery watching today. Just a pleasure to be around this young man. Bright future ahead of him. Love that swing. Carter Laughlin. Oof. That one has gotten a little bit wayward on the left-hand side, and there's some sand over there. It's not a difficult shot. That sand actually not hard to play out of, so Laughlin will have himself an interesting chance at par from the sand. Alright, back with you greenside here, and Carter Laughlin's going to have to take the whole bag over there. Not quite sure what he's got. Sand trap is off on that left-hand side. I didn't have a chance to hustle over and get a look at that. Laughlin good out of the sand, though. He'll be the first one to play. He's going to take a good long look at it here. Laughlin out of Duluth, Georgia, ranked 115th, the only senior on this team, de facto leader, career best 66 in the third round of the Linger Longer, had 18 rounds of par or better and 12 in the 60s. He earned his best finish at the Puerto Rico Classic here just last year, finishing tied for 11th with a score of 8 under over the course of 3 rounds. He likes this golf course. He has this for birdie. Wasn't in the sand, so it's a chip for him. That's got to settle a bit. Great shot for Carter Laughlin, and the gallery agrees. It's Ohio State next to play here. This will be Tyler Sabo. Actually, Sabo's going to take a look at it, so it'll be Warren Thomas up next. Sabo snuggles it and makes it. What a putt for the man from Louisville. Goodness gracious, that was a bomb. What a birdie that was. We'll take that all day long. Warren Thomas with the best birdie that we've seen yet here today, and that creates an interesting follow-up act for Tyler Sabo. Sabo trying to match. Looks to pour one in on top and almost did it, but a tap-in par and a couple beauty. Goodness, nicely done. He'll mark that one, and the wind has picked up significantly here. Almost lost all my papers. I haven't scrambled that hard since the breakfast buffet this morning trying to get the last of the bacon. Stan, my cameraman, knows what I'm talking about. Don't get between me and bacon at a morning breakfast buffet. Carter Laughlin looking for a par here after a beautiful chip from the rough. And an easy par for Laughlin. Okay, the par 3 11th and the championship course at the Puerto Rico Golf Club, playing normally at 192 yards at its tip, but today up about 40, so playing 150. Diabolical. Not long, but the wind will affect, and it has started to blow here in Puerto Rico, the ocean. Just about a hole away, another, 800 yards to the north of this green. If you're smart, you play it to the middle of the green. If you're aggressive, it's going to blow off the back. So usually right now, the player's using a wedge or a 9 to this tricky green. The interesting thing about this green is that it has a ridge right in the middle of it. The pin currently today is in the back left, right in the center back left, but it is on the left side of that ridge. So if you're right of that slope, it's a tricky 2-putt. If you're on the center of the green and you're putting to the corners, pretty good position to be in. Par is good. The smart play is right of the pin.
It is important of cruelty and injustice. But in order
All right, so it's the group of Mikey Lee, Adam Anderson, and Luke Smith. All right, so all three have found their way towards the green here. I believe Mikey Lee's the only one on, and you've got balls on the left and a very tricky chip on that left-hand side, far left. So Mikey Lee out of the tee box into a decent spot. Young Mikey Lee is certainly one of the more fun stories at the University of Virginia the young freshman out of Fairfax. Just finding a way to get himself into these lineups. This will be Luke Smith out of Tennessee. Ranked 753rd. Misses that putt for birdie, and it'll be a tap-in par. And that leaves Mikey Lee here with his putt for birdie. Oh, and Mikey Lee just along that right-hand side. So a tap-in par for Mikey Lee and Virginia. Coach Dustin Groves walking with Mikey Lee. PJ Maybank will be first to hit. He's the number 4 for this Oklahoma team, regularly ranked among the top collegiate golf programs in 25-26. They entered the season as the number 5 team in Golf Channel's preseason top 30 poll. Maybank out of Sheboygan, Michigan. Found himself in the starting lineup about 4 or 5 times. So, nice shot by him. Middle of the green. Josh Hill of Tennessee next to play. He's a senior. He combined the 20th place team finish at the NCAA championship. There's Josh Hill from Tennessee away. Ooh, and that one comes up way short. A lot of wind up here now. It had been nominal most of the day. So if they're sending reports back to their players on terms of what clubs they use, and they do communicate that way, it's a lot more than it was now. If it was a pitching wedge this morning, it's a 9-iron, maybe even an 8 at this point. Playing from about 150 yards, but a strong wind hurting. And this brings up Virginia's Josh Gismondi. The junior out of Fairfax, Virginia. Played this yesterday with a 9-iron. See if he's got the 8 in hand today. We'll know in a second. Ball away, and the best of the three, but a trio of exponentially difficult birdie putts lie ahead for this group. All right, the trio's made their way to the green, and 3 looks at a birdie putt. Everybody stayed on the left side of that ridge that runs down the middle of the green, so long putts, yes, but not too much undulation. Perhaps the trickiest of them all will be the putt for Josh Hill from Tennessee. He's got a tricky one. He's got some distance to make. It's a long walk for Josh Hill to walk and measure this one off, that's for sure. He's probably got a 200-plus footer. I hate to see the tour make percentage on that one, but we've seen a few long ones already today. Perhaps he can surprise some folks. Josh Hill certainly will be the first to play. He just collected his 6th top 25 finish of the season at the NCAA Regionals last year. He was 1 under. To be tied for 14th, and he's got a long one here. Got to go a little bit. Not a bad lag putt. About 4.5, 5 feet left for a par here on the 11th. Josh Gismondi will be last to play from Virginia. So that means it's PJ Maybank III, who's wearing 2 different colored shoes. The junior from Michigan played in 28 rounds. This Oklahoma team last year. I will find out the story behind the 2 different shoes. Bold strategy. His putt for birdie is away. And will the yin and yang of the shoes bring a birdie? No. A little bit left for par. So Josh Duongmany now with his birdie putt here. Got about an 80-footer. Good pace. That's got a chance. Oh, just a little short. Virginia playing this golf course very well. Get you a score update in a moment here. And it's a tap-in par for Josh Duongmany. Josh Hill. This is for par. Got it. All right, so a par for Josh Hill. No problem there. A little stress-free. And PJ Maybank the third. Okay, so 3 pars here for the group of Josh Duongmany of Virginia, PJ Maybank of Oklahoma, and Josh Hill of Tennessee. Couple groups away from the number 1 player in college golf, Ben James of Virginia. He's coming up. We've also got Brian Lee ahead. Jensen Forrester coming up, and Noah McWilliams of LSU, all still to play, as our coverage on Babygrande Golf continues from the 11th hole at the Grand Reserve Golf Club in Puerto Rico. All right, one more look at our home for the day. This is the par 3 11th, 192 yards, playing 150 today without the wind. It might look short, but it is diabolical. Not long, but the wind is affecting it. Started to blow behind and was helping, and now it's a hurting wind. So a smart play is to the middle of the green. If you're too aggressive, it's going to blow to the back, and right away you're in trouble off the back of this tricky green already with a ridge in the middle of it. As we said, normally it's an 8, a 7, or 6 for players. Today, with the wind, it could be anything from a wedge to an 8-iron. And once you get onto this green, it gets a little tricky with that ridge right in the middle. So with the pin on the left back center, a smart play is to put it just on the left of that ridge and spin it towards that pin. Couple of bogeys today, however. Tomorrow's pin will be exponentially trickier. So if you want to score on this hole, today would be the day.
It is important that cruelty and injustice, but in order.
right, this is the group that started on hole number 5. The first group on 5, 2 groups on 5, a 5A and a 5B. This is Paul Chang from Virginia, Clark Van Galen from Oklahoma, and Reed Lauder from Tennessee. Ball away for Chung, and nicely done. We'll stick this one just on that back, on that left-hand side. Graduate student out of Tianjin, China, 86th in the country. All-American honors, Ping East All-Regional Team, Collegiate Sports Scholarship, just a ton of accolades. As next up will be Reed Lauder of Tennessee, and he's put it in the traditional spot right about in the middle, and the senior ranked 180. Was the SEC Freshman of the Week in his first tournament with this team. Tiger Invitational All-Tournament Team and a CAA All-American Scholar 2023 and 2024. Clark Van Galen will be next up. Van Galen has it away, the sophomore from Turlock, California. Players probably have about an 8 in their hand right now. That wind is picked up. Good full swing here. Doesn't quite like it. Oof. That will find itself into a little bit of the trouble on the left-hand side. Not sure if that made the bunker or not. Hopefully for his sake it did. Pretty steep drop-off on the left-hand side there. That bunker runs along the entire left side of that green, as you saw from the flyover. So we'll get a look at where his golf ball is, but 2 safely aboard as this group that started on 5 makes their way to the 11th green. All right, back greenside now on 11. for the group of Paul Chang, Clark Van Galen, and Reed Lauder. Tennessee in good shape. Paul Chang in good shape. Clark Van Galen, he's on the beach. I did have a chance to walk over and check out his lie. It's easy. Pretty fluffy. A lot of green to work with here. He should be fine. Pretty routine chip shot for him out of this bunker. Had a few shots out of the bunker yesterday. Pretty fluffy here. This should be no problem for him. Not too bad, not too bad. Could have gotten a little bit more aggressive with it, especially with the lie that he had in there. But plays it safe, not a problem. He's in good spot there. So Clark Van Galen with an opportunity for a par putt. His coach will help out with the rake. It's always appreciated. Somebody else takes care of the gardening for you. Just focus on your putt. Reed Lauder will be first to putt, and we've seen this putt, gosh, almost in every single group that's come through here today. It's a big one, over 100-footer, easily, almost close to 2. This is for birdie for Lauder. Put a lot of pace on this one. It's going to die by the hole, but not that much. So just tough to judge these. They were a lot softer and a little stickier earlier today. They have since increased in speed. So this golf course firming up a bit now as the sun's starting to peek out through this overcast morning and set in a little bit here. Paul Chang with an opportunity for birdie. Oh, goodness. Just didn't move. Quick little... Well, I think he's thinking about it. Oh, he was hoping for the shadow to maybe drop the ball in. Old trickery, but he'll just give it a nudge and get it over the line for his par. And a quick par attempt here out of the sand. Clark Van Galen, the sophomore, playing as the number 3 on this team. Ping All-American honorable mention, GCAA freshman All-American, and the Ping All-Region section champion. Let's see if he can't tap this in for a par and a little sandy. Yeah, no problem for the newcomer to this team. A nice little easy par to the sand. No stress pars. Easy. And the same for Reed Lauder. So pars all across the board here on the 11th. As we continue a pretty good pace here. And that brings up a fun group. Brian Lee, the number 2 player at Virginia. And Not by much, by the way. Has had an absolutely fantastic season. Jace Summy of Oklahoma and Jackson Harrington of Tennessee next to play here on the 11th. We'll get you some score updates here shortly as well, but glad to have you with us on babygrandegolf.com as we bring you coverage of the Puerto Rico Classic from the Grand Reserve Golf Club on a beauty of a day. It's going to be Brian Lee of Virginia. He'll be the first to play here. I had a chance to talk with him yesterday. Bulked up a lot over the course of the winter. Put a big focus on his fitness, got stronger. The senior from Fairfax, Virginia. 2024-2025 Ping East All-Region team. And the Golf Channel preseason All-America team. And by the way, he's on the Hogan Award watch list. Great shot here by Brian Lee, and he's put himself in a good position for a birdie with a beauty. Read this one perfectly. That flag flapping a little bit. As you can probably even feel, the wind has increased here. Jackson Harrington from Tennessee. Also a very nice shot. Harrington playing as their number 2, the sophomore. He enters the season fresh off a U.S. Amateur Championship runner-up finish. He became just the 3rd University of Tennessee golfer to ever place second at the USAM, joining Oliver Goss from back in 2013, and then Eric Redman did it back in 1987. Nice shot. Jace Summy of Oklahoma next to play. The senior from Keller, Texas. And he wants this one to move a little bit. He's staring at it hard. And oof, that is not where you want to be. Plays this one just on the right-hand side of the green. Even if it was on the green, he'd have a difficult shot at that. That's a tough putt over the ridge. Now he finds himself on a side slope on the back side of the green. He's going to need a decent chip up and on in order to make this one work. And he's going to have to play it up and over that ridge. That's going to be a very calculated chip shot. That's a tricky one. Not going to be in love with that when he gets up and finds out that he's just gone a little bit long. So Jace Summy with the trickiest of them all. We'll see what the number 2 can do. He debuted his season ranking at number 5 in PGA Tour University ranking, and he just missed on this one. All right, back with you here, Greenside, as this group takes a look at putts and chips, everybody in decent shape except for Summy. That's going to be tough. I mean, the young man from Oklahoma is going to have to figure this one out. I had a chance to talk with him yesterday, very confident, but he's got to figure out where he wants this landing spot to be. And if he puts it on that ridge, it's going to just race off the backside of that green. He almost has to diet on the top of that hill and then let it funnel down to the right. That slope is pretty severe, especially at its apex. If anybody can do it, it is Jay Summy. A lot of experience. This is for birdie. Yeah, and that's the crux of it there, right? He wanted to try to land it on that apex, and very difficult shot. This one not any easier. This one's going to be for par, and he's going to have to take a look at this one because he's not going to be in love with it. It's exactly the same one he had, except this one's just a little trickier. This one now will have to find its way up and onto the green. Oh, go in. Got it! What an absolute up and down for par. That is an incredible chip. And that is some veteran golf by the senior who started this season ranked number 5 on the PGA Tour University list. And you gotta love the bounce back for him after a duffed first chip. That is some incredible golf right there from Summy, and a beauty of a par here on 11. How about that? Walk-off par. Like it's nothing. And now a birdie putt for Jackson Harrington. This is going to move uphill and right. Oh yeah, go in. Nicely done for Harrington, and this should be a tap-in par. No problem, no stress. And that brings up Brian Lee. Exceptional young man, ranked number 7th in the nation. Lee going no hat today. Like it. Bold choice. Oh, goodness. He thought he had it. And he should have. But it'll be a tap in. And it's a par for the group of Brian Lee, Jay Summy, and Jackson Harrington with a nice chip in. And that brings up the group of Ben James, the number 1 player in college golf from the University of Virginia, Ryder Cowan out of Oklahoma, and Lance Simpson out of Tennessee. So it'll be Lance Simpson who will play first. He is their number 1 redshirt senior out of Knoxville, Tennessee, qualified for the 2025 U.S. Open at Oakmont Country Club. Made the cut individually for the 4th round of stroke play at the NCAA Championship, where he tied for 38th. Ball's away. Oh, goodness. Oh, that could have been bad. Played that. That is where you don't want to be if he was a little bit longer. Be interesting to see whether he chips or putts that one, but that is a interesting position to be in. Long and back of this pin is not the ideal spot. And now it's the number one player in college golf. This is Ben James, the senior from Milford, Connecticut, 2024 and 25, Ping first team All-American, one of the 10 finalists for the Fred Hawkins Award. Ben James for Virginia, while the beverage cart was interfering with him on the drive, has put this one right in the middle of the green, and he was hoping that that ridge would carry it down and to the left. It did not. It sort of stayed right on top of it, so that'll be an interesting birdie putt for Ben James. But I watched him on the putting green yesterday. Absolutely exceptional with the short stick in his hand. I imagine that will be closer in, and that brings up Ryder Cowan of Oklahoma. He is their number one, a junior from Edmonds, Oklahoma. He finished the season ranked 40th in the scoreboard clip rankings. And this one has hit pin high left in the rough, and that will find its way into that sand trap on the left-hand side of this par 3, playing about 150 yards today. That wind pushing back in their face right now, so a hurting wind. It's probably playing more around 160, 165 at the moment. The book says it's 192, but that would be all the way back at the tips where they would typically play this. But the PGA Tour and the Puerto Rico Open coming here the first week of March, so they've got the back tees preserved, if you will, at the moment. So everybody playing a little bit forward, so the par 3s are a smidge shorter than they would be on a regular basis.
Cooking soul.
All right, back with you here on the green now as everybody has made their way up. Ben James with everybody with interesting shots. Ben James has got a long putt. Lance Simpson's gone long of the green, so he's got to take a look at it, and Ryder Cowan finds himself in the sand. Now, it is lift clean in place across the entire golf course here, so that's why you saw Lance Simpson able to put a tee in the ground even though he was off the fringe to place his ball. That's a big help. So Ryder Cowan out of the sand, didn't like it. Yeah, it was just buried a little there, so he hit that one chunky, didn't really come out. A couple players have been in there before, so if you don't rake that bunker perfectly, you're going to get a thick shot like that, and that is unfortunately exactly what just happened for Ryder Cowan. So you'll have a look at this one here for a par. Ben James with a long putt, and Lance Simpson with what might be a tricky chip, but he's got putter in hand, so looks like he's going to go with the Texas wedge on this one, which would have been my play probably from the tee box. Give you an updated look at the leaderboard. Dan Hayes currently at 5 under for LSU, and LSU currently sitting at 13 under early on, but everybody pushing. Virginia at 9 under, Ohio State at 10 under, and South Carolina at 12 under. Ben James has this for a birdie. Big, long, stretching putt. He's been money all day, and that one will come up just a little bit off to the left-hand side of it. So a tap-in par for the number one player in college golf. No stress for Ben James. A 3 at 11 for the number one. Head coach Bowen Sargent walking with his man today. And here's the putt from Lance Simpson. Good attempt at it from there. Putter was the right choice. Tap in par for Simpson as well. And Ryder Cowan out of the sand. Has a little work to do here. Here's Cowan for par, and he's put this well past it. Not a surprise after a difficult shot out of the sand. A little bit of frustration there. So a tap-in bogey for Cowan, and just the fourth bogey we've seen here on this 11th hole today. All right, let's take another look at this, our home, the par 3 11th, 192 yards, playing about 150 today. Diabolical par 3. It's not long, but the wind starting to affect it and shifting. Prevailing wind normally pushes this ball to the left into the trees and into that sand trap, but today it's a little bit more of a left to right wind and in your face. The smart play is the middle of the green. If you're too aggressive, as we just saw, it'll blow off the back and leave for a difficult chip or putt back on. Wedge 9, 8 iron, usually the play today with that pin in the back left-hand position. It is on the left side of the one significant ridge that runs down the middle of the green. So most players will try to play it just to the left of that and let it funnel towards the hole. All right, and that brings up a little bit of a team shift for us here, as we'll see some groups with Purdue, Charleston, and LSU coming up. Of course, Purdue, the host of this tournament, Will Harvey in this group representing them. Talon Harrison of Charleston and Jay Mendel of LSU will be next up to play. Talon Harrison First to play, and a nice shot just on the left side of the pin. So Harrison from the University of South Carolina puts himself in a decent spot. Jay Mendel of OSU will find himself left and into the sand. And that'll leave Will Harvey last to play from Purdue. Harrison, decent shot here. This one looks good. He likes it. It's got to move just a little bit, and that wind picked up. Beautiful shot. That's how you play that ridge and try to get it to kind of filter on down to the left. So 2 safely aboard, and 1 finds the beach on the left. We'll see how that plays out, as that bunker has been a source of frustration so far here today on the 11th. All right, well, the wind has drastically increased here, getting some gusts coming at you from behind, and now it's moving, and this is what it does here. It swirls. Oh, and a nice shot out of the sand there by South Carolina, and they'll put this in a decent spot. That's Talon Harrison. Purdue will be next up to play here. And Will Harvey take a good long look at it as that ball just sort of kind of settled on the ridge. That wind factoring now quite a bit as it's going to start to push a little bit. And it'll be interesting to see how this comes up off the tee. Harvey's got about a 60-footer here. This is for his birdie. Oh, it just didn't move on him. He thought that was going to move left. I don't know how he saw left there, though. So it'll have to be a tap-in par. See if he will. Doesn't overthink it. Just knocks that one in, and it's a par for Purdue here on the 11th. Jay Mendel of LSU. Junior out of Lafayette, Louisiana. SEC first-year academic honors last year. GCA paying all Southeast region champion, and a tap-in par for him. Moving right along here in Puerto Rico. Wind increasing, clouds darkening a little. I don't know as though we'll get any rain, but we'll have to see what the tropics bring. For par, and it will just lip out, and that's a tricky one there. So a tap-in bogey, and that's a tough putt. Flagstick will go in, and they'll move on to the 12th. All right, back with you here on 11 as we get a look at the next group coming up. It'll be from Purdue, Supapon Amarchiachian and Brock Blice of South Carolina, and Dan Hayes of LSU. And a lot of discussion right now over what the number is. And they're going to take a good long look because the wind has massively increased here on 11. was absolutely nominal earlier in the day, and now it's blowing significantly. Some light rain starting to come down. A little bit of light rain starting to come down here as they try to determine what the number is. This is Dan Hayes, first to play for LSU. A lot of wind, and that finds the bunker on the left-hand side. If this was a wedge earlier, it is not any longer. This is an 8, possibly moving to a 7 iron.
You still like that number, or you like a little more?
Trying to decide on the tee who will be next. This will be Brock Blaise of South Carolina. Here's Blaise. All right, Blaise has put this one on in the middle. And final to play will be Supapon Amarchiachin. And this will be his shot here on 11. This is away and towards the right-hand side of the green here. And that is going to just catch that wind and push left and also find that bunker on the left-hand side. All right, so again, that bunker on the left-hand side presenting a little bit of a challenge. And that is where Dan Hayes finds himself. Weather coming in a smidge here in Puerto Rico. Wasn't supposed to come in until this afternoon, but here we are. Out of the bunker for Hayes. And a nice shot. Puts himself in a decent position. And the best shot out of that sand that we have seen yet. Rock Place will have a look at his here from every different angle, but Amorn Chaishin also in the sand. Chaichin. Oh, look at this. Absolutely perfect by Chaichin. Nicely done by Chaichin. And we'll have that for a par. So it'll be this putt by Blyce now. From South Carolina. Big, long one, but the only one who has managed to find this green, so this is a big one. We've seen this miss before, and it's just trying to understand and judge this wind and not really being certain on it. So let's see what Chaichin can do here. Big ol' whap at it. Probably had to put a shoulder turn on this one. Traveling, and it's just not that fast into this dead wind that's pushing back the other direction. Very tricky situation there. This putt will be tough as well for par. Probably was hoping for a little bit more than that out of the lag. Everybody will have a putt for 3 here. It will start with Hayes from LSU. The freshman from Manchester, England. He's going to take another look at it. South Carolina. And Brock Blaise will be first to play. The 3 worst words in golf. You're still away. Yeah, no problem. Beautiful par there by Blaise. And saves that one after being the only one to make that green. Danny Hayes out of LSU. 125th ranked golfer in the nation. Oh, goodness. And that's just a lip out for Purdue and Armor Chachiachan with a toughie there. Won't like that one for bogey. So now it's the cleanup for Hayes. I'll take a good long look at this one here. And no problem. So Hayes with a par. And a look at the team leaderboard, thanks to our friends at Scoreboard and Clipped. LSU still out in front at 14 under as a team. Ohio State coming on strong at 10 under. South Carolina at 10 under. And the number one team in the nation, Virginia, sitting at 9 under. As we continue to bring you coverage here from the par 3 11th in Puerto Rico. As the group of Jensen Forrester, Merrick Fleming, and Matthew Dodd Berry will be next on the tee, but taking their time to get there, and they will take their time with the number as the wind increasing significantly here. The rain also starting to come in a bit. As we take one more look at this par 3 11th, 192-yard diabolical hole, to be quite honest with you, despite how short it is, playing at about 150 yards. Players had been using around a 9 or a pitching wedge, but now with a gale force wind blowing in their face, it certainly is not that. Probably a little bit more like a 7-iron at this point. This green, moderately receptive and soft. The sun has gone away and the wind is blowing, so now things are getting a little wet out here, and as a result, that green is getting a little bit more sticky, but that wind is right in their face. So it'll be interesting to see how players adjust as they play the next 2 holes dead into the wind here at the Grand Reserve Golf Club in Puerto Rico. LSU first on the tee to play here as this next group gets set to go. This is Matthew Dodd Berry. Out of England, 56th ranked player in the country, a senior, honors at East Tennessee State Open, and has dumped this one firmly in the middle of the green, which is pretty much the safe play when you don't quite know exactly what this wind and weather is doing. Next to play will be Merrick Fleming out of South Carolina. Wind died down on Fleming there just as he was about to hit it, so he's going to have to make sure he had the right club, and that won't hurt him. He'll like that one, middle of the green. Nice shot there on the left side of that ridge, so shouldn't be too tricky of a putt. He'll take that all day long. That wind changed on him right before he hit. And that brings up Jensen Forrester out of Purdue, as Purdue, the host team here, had a chance to talk with Coach Andrew Sapp a little bit earlier today. Excited about the opportunity to be back here in Puerto Rico ahead of the Puerto Rico Open in a few weeks. Just be nice if the weather cooperated. Jensen Forrester taking a long time over the golf ball here, and this one is on the left side. It's got to get a little bit of help. Nicely done. It brought itself back around and right in the middle of the green. So 3 looks at birdie here on 11 as the rain starts to fall in Puerto Rico. Everybody getting set for putts now here on 11. And it will be LSU to play first. That's Matthew Dodberry. Honors at East Tennessee State Open Championship qualifier at the 2024 Ping All-East Regional Team in 2024. And he was the Freshman of the Year at LSU in 2023. He has this long one for birdie. Ooh, just tricky to judge. Wanted that one to stretch a little bit more, so that one will be a little bit of a 5-foot tester left for a par here on the 11th. Good score on this hole right now, especially with the wind and the weather. Hopefully that's now looking like it's moving away. So Dodberry will put a mark on that, take a good look at it. It's a bit of a tricky 5-footer left. Eric Fleming, South Carolina, will be next to putt. This is his birdie attempt. Fleming for birdie. Has the pace. Got to turn a little bit, and it wouldn't. So it'll just stay outside onto the left, and it'll be a tap-in par for Fleming. I'm going to take a quick look at it. Now, the green is wet. It doesn't really overthink this tap-in, but just got a little bit of the moisture off of it. Probably picked up some grass and dirt on the way to the hole and a tap-in par. No problem there. For Fleming. And Jensen Forrester next up with his attempt. Beautiful shot by him, best of the three, this for birdie. Putt's going to move a little bit to the right, just a smidge from left to right. He had the line, just didn't have that pace correct. Could have been a little bit outside on the left hand too. Thought it was going to move a little bit more. Tap in par for the host team, Purdue and Jensen Forrester. And just a little left to clean up here for Dodberry. There's not much to this putt. From that angle, should be relatively straight. Could be just a smidge of a move left. He's going to double look at this. Thinks he has it. Should move just a little bit on him. Right to left. Well, it would have if you wouldn't have hit it so hard, but that's all right. Dodberry will have to try to take one more look at this one, and it will be a tricky one here for bogey. A little bit of a knee knocker coming back. Got it. That's a frustrating bogey, especially when you've put yourself in good position. Kentaro Nanayama from Purdue, Zach Adams from South Carolina, and Noah McWilliams of LSU will be next to play. This will be Zach Adams first to play from South Carolina. Wind is now changed once again. All right, so safely into the middle of the green for Zach Adams from South Carolina. Nice shot, and now it'll be Noah McWilliams from LSU. Noah McWilliams from LSU, the number 2 player for this team, a junior from Benton, Louisiana, 45th in the nation, SEC first-year academic roll honor. And he's on the tee now for the Tigers. Ranked number 2 in the nation. Such a good golf team. And he has put this one just on the left-hand side of the green as well. Should be an interesting putt coming back. LSU playing very well today. And that brings up Kentaro Nanayama. These guys started on the first tee playing relatively quick golf. Luckily, it's clear skies behind us with the wind pushing at our back as well. A pleasant sign because what's in front of us is a little bit darker than I would like. So Kentaro Nanayama with his shot here on 11. Started this one on the right, wants to move it left. That wind is going to help, and just too much. Overcooked it. Found himself in the sand trap on the left side, and truthfully the only protection for this green. But with a pin in the center back, sand really shouldn't come into play. The only factor is that wind. green side now, and everybody going to take a long look at this, and the wind certainly affected most of these shots, and they've got to figure out exactly how they're going to play this one. We told you at the tee box that this is a diabolical green, so it's just a matter of figuring out how this is going to affect itself. Ball's along that left-hand side there. This is a very tricky putt. Oh, goodness, just along that left-hand side, so it finds its way just to the left of the hole, and they're going to have to figure out a way to mark it, but tricky situation for Noah McWilliams there. Not much he could do with that one, so just a little bit of a tap in for him. And that brings up Zach Adams. Adams with a nice big long putt. This one will find its way just a little bit short, and we'll have to figure out the speed a little bit more in this situation. It's not quite easy. The wind is affecting putts at this point based on the gusts that are coming out of it. I'll get you a weather update in just a moment. First, it's Kentaro Nanayama. That one will just lip in and outside. Kentaro Nanayama thought he had that one, but have to settle for the tap in. Zach Adams will look to finish off his after this putt by Noah McWilliams. Ooh. And a lip out bogey as well. That's not nice. Tap-in bogeys are not what you want when you have a tap-in par. So Zach Adams to finish his off here. And he makes his par count. Well, they will move on as the group that started second on hole number 1 comes up to the tee. Sam Easterbrook from Purdue, Frankie Harris of South Carolina, and Hudson Lawson of LSU. And it'll be Frankie Harris first to play from South Carolina. Frankie Harris on the tee box here at 11. Wind pushing in his face. About a 20-yard wind, balls away. Oh, and that is the mistake. That is where you don't want to be on this hole. Finds himself very long of it. That wind died down right as he hit it. And the flag is actually hung up a little bit on the stick, and so they're not seeing how vicious it's blowing right now, but he has gone long, and that will be a very tough chip coming back, as LSU will be next up to play. This is Hudson Lawson. He's playing as the individual for this team as the freshman out of Haleyville, Alabama. Nice swing by Lawson. Likes it. Wants it to move just a little bit more here to the left. Oh, and this is a great golf shot. Played that one very, very well. Puts it on the backside, catches that left slope, moves it towards, and a beautiful downhill left to righter for a chance at birdie. And final to play is Sam Easterbrook. Sam Easterbrook on the tee from Purdue, host of this tournament. And the Boilermakers would love to make a statement here. This one's starting right at us. Wants that to get left. And that's going to land right on top of that ridge. It's a 50-50. That could have gone left or right. It stays right in the middle. 2 birdie putts and a difficult chip coming up. Well, not the temperatures you'd expect here in Puerto Rico. Dropped a little bit. It's cooled off a smidge. As everybody makes their way to the green, let's give you the best Jim Cantori. How about a weather update for you here from just outside of San Juan and Hato Candal, Rio Grande. 81 degrees is what they're saying. Mostly cloudy, definitely breezy. Rain will come in this afternoon. Tonight, it'll drop down to 73, cloudy, breezy this evening, brief shower or so. So we'll keep an eye on that most of the entire day. The wind at least keeping the bugs away, which we love. No rain in the forecast tomorrow, and no rain in the forecast on Wednesday either, with temperatures right around 82 degrees. Eat your heart out, Jim Cantori. Eat your heart out. We pick you back up here on the green, and this is the tricky chip. Frankie Harris. How about this? Whew. Can't do much better than that. Nice chip by that young man with an opportunity at par. After a wayward tee shot, puts him in a tricky spot. So he'll throw a mark on that one, get a decent look. Next up, it's the long birdie putt for Sam Easterbrook. Easterbrook. Oh, just sniffed the right edge of that cup and lets it slide past. Tap in par. Nice leg putt. No problem there. And Hudson Lawson now next to play. Playing as the individual for this highly ranked LSU team. Number 2 in the fall scoreboard ranking. As this for birdie. Just grazed that right edge. Tricky spot for him. And a look at the leaderboard now as it continues to get tight. LSU sitting at 14 under. Players are through 9 and 11. And Virginia sitting in second currently. They are currently at 11 under, tied with South Carolina and Ohio State. Before Charleston sits in that 5th spot at 10 under. A lot of golf left to be played, not only today, but through the rest of this weekend, as South Carolina continues to try to move up the board, and this now a very important par putt. Frankie Harris needs this. And he got it. Everybody is safely away, and they'll move on. And just a twosome in this group of individuals. This is Andre Zhao of Purdue and Maxi Prager of Virginia. Andre Zhao will play first. Zhao with the ball away. And right side over that hump, be a difficult putt back. So I'll have to think about that one. That's going to be up and over that ridge. You need the clown's mouth there a little bit. Maxi Prager next to play from Virginia. Sophomore from Madrid, Spain, 318th. He was brought on as a sub in the 4th round of the NCAA championships and shot a 77 at 5 over. He went 1-2 in his match play at the NCAA championships, picking up a win in the semi against Florida's Matthew Kress, who was ranked 46th. And Maxi has pushed this one left and into the bunker off of pin high on the left-hand side of this green that gets a little tricky when it gets into the back right position, as this twosome will make their way to the tee. And back with you, and a beautiful shot out of the sand by Maxi Prager puts himself in good position for a par. Long putt coming up here, though, for Andre Zhao. All right, here's Zhao's attempt at a birdie. This one will travel down along the right-hand side, and that'll leave him just a little bit of a tap in for par. Shouldn't be too much of an issue for him. Maxi Prager should have an easy tap in for par as well. Not too much to think about here for these two. Flag will come out, but a couple of easy tap-ins. This is where overthinking will get you. Just gotta take it nice and easy here. And just tap it in. Tap, tap, tap-a-roo. Really shouldn't be too much in this putt. Thinking about it here, and hopefully they can just give this a little bit of a nudge and a par for Andre Zhao to move on. Got it. Nice lag putt initially to put himself in that position. Be happy with that. And now Maxi Prager with the wind picking up and his attempt at a par. Yep. Nicely done by both as they'll move on. As the two individuals in this twosome find their way to the next tee, the 12th. All right, as we take a quick look at the updated leaderboard for you, remains relatively the same, except just moments ago, a quick jump as it is now Virginia taking into the lead at 14 under, LSU currently at 13 under, Ohio State at 12 under, and South Carolina at 11 under. We'll keep you updated as quickly as we can. As you understand, in college golf, it changes rapidly, and that's certainly the case here as the boys from Virginia starting to put the pressure on, and they love to see it. There's some very good teams in this tournament. You can't count out Georgia. They currently sit at 9 under, and as we mentioned, LSU, the number 2 team in the country, at 13 under, battling it out with Virginia. back on 11 as the group of Elin Soon, August Peterson, and Asher Whitaker come to the tee. So it's Purdue, South Carolina, and Oklahoma getting ready to play here at the par 3 11th. So glad to have you along on Babygrande Golf as we cover the Puerto Rico Classic. August Peterson first to play, and that will be along that left-hand side as we've seen the miss so far today. A little bit of a bunker over there. Not in terrible position. That was Asher Whitaker, so this is August Peterson of South Carolina. Boys making it difficult on us today with identical colored shorts and shirts. Peterson, South Carolina, next up here. He said this well, that pin is in the middle back. This one needs a bit of a jump. Not bad. He'll just have a little bit of a ridge. Tricky putt, a lot of movement on that one. And Elin Soon of Purdue next to play. The wind has died down a little bit, but players are being tricked. That flag is wrapped around the stick, so they're not seeing the exact movement. If they check the two giant palm trees back behind it, they'll notice that it is actually blowing a little bit harder than they may have thought. So here is Soon for Purdue. I think he went with probably a 9 or an 8 with that wind, and this one has pushed beyond the green. That's going to be a very tricky chip, and that ball just kind of sucked into the ground. It's very wet back there. I walked it actually earlier, saw a similar shot, so that's going to be difficult. That ball could be buried down a little bit, and now it is lift clean in place. I believe he does get that ability here. If that's the case, massive advantage. Back with the green side, and a couple of interesting golf shots coming up here. I certainly would not want to be in Elin Soon's shoes at the moment, and he just let out a sigh, letting me know that that's about correct. This is going to be tricky. I do not believe he gets to lift clean and place that golf ball. He will not. So he's got to play this one as it lies. It's also got a big old hunk of mud on it. First to play, though, this beauty of a chip shot out of that grass just above the bunker by Asher Whitaker. And played that one really well. Be a nice little tap-in par there for Whitaker. There's a little bit of gap between the sand and the green. And it's grass and it's nice, and if you can land it on that, it's just that easy little chip shot over the hill. So good job there by Whitaker. Has a little tap in for par. That brings up Soon, his second. That ball is buried a little bit. That ground is very soft and soggy, and it's got some mud on the right side of it. So it's going to react very weird, not only off the club face, but once it hits that green. He's got to play it left of the pin. That came out hot. Has he got it? Oh, goodness, just over top of it. Tough to control that spin. Really well done there. Now he'll get that mud off of it as well. Couldn't have played that too much better. August Peterson had the best shot of the bunch. Finds himself on the green, but this is going to be a very tricky putt. This is going to move very quickly after it gets over that hill, and then it's going to move initially to the right, but it'll come back a little bit left at the hill, at the cup. Let's see what Peterson can't do with this. Just needed it to go a little bit more. Didn't judge that speed right off that hill. I knew it was going to move a smidge, but that comes around a lot more. Should be a tap-in par there. He put a mark on it and is going to take a look at it, but I don't think he needs to sweat too much over that one. Will soon have that beautiful chip up from that difficult lie, and he's left himself with about a 4-footer here, 5-footer left for a par on this par 3 11th. Yeah, not a problem. Very impressive par for Soon. After the difficult lie on his tee shot, just carried the green and kind of sucked into that soft ground. So it's August Peterson for his par. Easy day. Leaving just Asher Whitaker left to play. The sophomore out of Kansas was an SEC first-year honor roll, played in all 3 events, 9 rounds as a freshman. He made his collegiate debut in Hawaii, tying for 12th. He needs this for a par. And got it. Nicely done, as this group will move on to the 12th. We bring in our next group with Will Guthrie of Georgia, Bruce Murphy of Tennessee, and Kotrang Matag of Oklahoma. And it will be the player from Tennessee, Bruce Murphy, who is first to play. 2024 SEC All-Freshman Team, SEC Golfer of the Week in 2024, and Freshman of the Week in 2024 as well, playing today as an individual. All right, safely aboard. No stress, and we just saw that putt a moment ago. So a big old long one for a birdie coming up. Will Guthrie. The freshman at Charlotte, North Carolina. Won a North Carolina high school team state championship as a freshman. He's gone long on this one. He's not going to like that. These are identical shots as we truthfully saw just a hole ago. Almost identical. And final to play will be Coltrane Matag, freshman out of Ashland, Nebraska. Playing the yellow ball, and he's put this in the best possible spot yet. Advanced through the 2025 U.S. Open local qualifying. Low junior finisher at the 2024 and 2025 Nebraska Amateur Championship as well. All right, back with you green side here. As the group of Guthrie, Murphy, and Matag are all set to make some goes at it. Well, Guthrie, the young freshman from Georgia, won a North Carolina high school team state championship as a freshman. Guthrie with a tough chip, and that's just where it gets difficult, right? Just trying to get that up and onto the green, and the wind is pushing behind you. It's a tough chip, sloping back at you at that point, too. Bruce Murphy from Tennessee taking a good deep long look at his. This is Bruce Murphy. Opportunity here for a birdie. Not a bad lag putt right there. Pretty good right there. Has just a bit left for that par. Guthrie going to take a nice good long look at his. Coltrane Matag will also look over his. Matag is playing as an individual, but advanced through the 2025 U.S. Open local qualifying. He was the low junior finisher. Again at the 24 and 25 Nebraska Amateur Championship. This is Matag for Oklahoma. And that'll come up just a little bit short. This team was ranked multiple times in top 10s in a few different polls leading into this season. They entered as high as number 5. Will Guthrie for Georgia next here. Doesn't like it. Knew he missed it right off the hop. A little frustration from Guthrie. Well, it's a tap-in bogey. Not exactly what he wants and knows what he did there. Just a little frustrated with himself. Murphy will line up his putt here. Guthrie finds the par. we're back with you here on the 11th, par 3, 192 yards, playing at about 150. Without the wind directly in your face, which is what the situation is right now, as we get you back to action here at the 11th. Glad to have you along, as it's the group of James Boosted of Wisconsin, Jack Wetzel of Minnesota, and Jean-Philippe Parr next up to play. This will be Parr. Heck of a name if you're a golfer, that's for sure. University of North Florida. His ball's away. And a great shot by Parr. Puts himself in a real good spot there. And last to play will be James Boosted of Wisconsin. Going right at this pin. Came out of it at the very end, didn't like it, and just a little bit short. Otherwise, a nice shot as these three continue to move through, as our coverage has just about an hour left to go here from round number 1 of the Puerto Rico Classic. James Boosted of Wisconsin, Jack Wetzel of Minnesota, and Jean-Philippe Parr of Florida make their way to the green. So the group of Boosted, Wetzel, and Jean-Philippe Parr have made their way to the green. Everybody taking a quick look at this one, and that wind now pushing from right to left if you're looking at the hole. Trying to figure out exactly how to play this one. I believe it's going to be Wetzel that's going to play first here. Senior from Edina, Minnesota. Oh, giving it a really good look. .443 on the ranking, ended with a season best score of 500 par at the Quail Valley Collegiate Invitational. That helped the team finish 5th with an overall score of 20 under. Tied for a career best 8th at Marquette Intercollegiate in October at 5 over, and he almost makes that one for par. Or excuse me, for birdie. Nice putt, tap in par for the senior from Edina. So James Boostad of Wisconsin. He's a junior out of Cape Town, South Africa, 726th in the national rank. Top 10 finish at the 2025 Gopher Invitational. That was in early September. Has this for birdie. Long stretching putt's got to go a bit more. Leaves himself about a 5-footer for par. He won't like that one too much, that's for sure. Jean-Philippe Parr, the junior from Quebec, 1,068 national rank. He competed for Tennessee during his first 2 seasons of his collegiate golf career from 23 to 25. He notched a 4th place at the Papago Individual and just misses that birdie putt for a tap-in par for him. Just a little left to clean up here for Boostad, and the wind is absolutely starting to howl out here at the 11th. The gustiest it has been in our time here in Puerto Rico when we arrived earlier this week on Thursday. Opportunity for par, and he's just put that past. And we've seen that overpowering just a little bit here today. Boastad no different, so it'll be a tap-in par. Just a little bit much right there. You just have to be careful. Certainly a little too much, and this hole can get you. It's a smidge on the tricky side when it comes to these greens. And that one will bring to another group on the tee as the wind is gusting now, and that flat stick bending sideways. Tricky to play it. This is Jason Schwartz of Wisconsin, Cormac Sharp of Minnesota, and Lawrence Schultz-Doring of North Florida. Minnesota first to play here, so it will be a shot by Cormac Sharp. Cormac Sharp, the number 4, is just going ahead and put it in the middle. Freshman out of Mendota Heights, Minnesota, 765th. Wisconsin will be next to play, and that's Jason Schwartz. Schwartz, a sophomore out of Wellington, Florida, ranked a top 30 golfer in his high school class of 2024. This one's right at the pin. Moves a little bit left. He's in good shape. Not too much, and that wind will slow it down considerably there. He had the right line. Catches that middle ridge and just will settle a smidge. So Lawrence Schultz Doring will be next up to play. Graduate student out of Malta. Previously played at both South Carolina in 23 and through 25, and then his early career at Young Harris College at 21 through 23. During that time, he played in 7 tournaments during 23 and 24 with a 73 scoring average. Here he is on the 11th at Grand Reserve Golf Club in Puerto Rico. Nice shot. I'll just have a little bit of a downhill there on that left-hand bank, but otherwise safely aboard. Nicely played by this group here at 11. Voice is holding up. Yeah, it's good.
Brandon, it seems like this is stable. This other one, the first one.
All right, we are back with you greenside now here on 11. That's Jason Schwartz, Cormac Sharp, and Lawrence Schultz Doring. Everybody going to take a look at a couple of tricky putts here. And the Gophers will be first to go. This is Jack Wetzel. He's away with his birdie putt. It finds itself just a little bit short and a tricky one coming back for sure. A little bit left for par there. Next up, it'll be James Bostad of Wisconsin. A junior from Cape Town, South Africa. Looking for a long-range birdie bomb here on 11 as the wind is howling in Puerto Rico. This one just a long side to the right, and he'll have a tricky putt for par as well. Nobody making this one look easy in this group, that's for sure. Certainly the wind playing a factor, but not as intense as it was on their tee shots. Certainly the most wind we've felt today. This is Lawrence Schultz Doring. Oh, just misses the birdie putt. Fantastic player. That one just a slight tap in for par and a near miss for him. Has been great for this team since coming over. Played in 7 tournaments during the 23-24 season. And that's the putt for Minnesota that will also just miss. So tap in bogey for Jack Wetzel. And to clean up the par, it's Jason Schwartz. Just a little bit left on this one. More than he probably would like. And that'll be good for a par. Just to clean up here for Minnesota. And Cormac Sharp will walk away with a bogey and disappointed. And a quick look at the leaderboard. Ohio State now out in front at 16 under. Virginia tied with them at 16 under. And Iowa currently sitting in third at 13 under.
Cooking soul. Cooking soul.
All right, back with you here on hole number 11. Glad to have you along on Babygrande Golf as our group from 15B makes their way to number 11. It's William Harnan from Wisconsin, Joe Hansa from Minnesota, and Danny Erickson of North Florida. Everybody taking a good look at their numbers here is the wind drastically different than the 10th hole they just played. Everybody was a shotgun start this morning at 8:30, and they've had the wind behind them for most of the day, but now all of a sudden they find themselves right into the teeth of it. So a lot of coaches and players consulting their yardage books here on this one. Different than anybody had played it this morning, so a ton more gusts coming from this group. Really like they're in no hurry to decide what to hit on this tee. Everybody's sort of going over the numbers, if you will, right now. difficult hole, no question about it. And it will be Minnesota to play first here. So Joe Hansa will be first up. So Hansa on the tee from Minnesota. Doesn't like this one fully. Oh, goodness. Way too much on that. Took a little bit too much extra club. He finds himself on the left-hand side beyond the pin in the rough. He's going to have a tricky stance. He should be just beyond the bunker, though. Still going to be a difficult shot for him. Hansa, the sophomore out of New South Wales. This is William Harned from Wisconsin. Sophomore from Nashville has put his long as well. And they're miscalculating the wind. It's a little bit too much club there. Erickson. He adjusted way too much and put it on the front of the green and finds himself in a similar situation where now he's on the very front, so he saw everybody else go long and readjusted on his gloves. So Danny Erickson short. Harned and Hansa long on the left. All right, well, like I said, Minnesota and Wisconsin both went long on the left. So first to play will be the Badger. This is Will Harned. was the 2025 Wisconsin State Amateur Player of the Year. He's taking a good long look at his, and he should. A tough one. Tough one for Joe Hansa, too. Both of these players are going to have their work cut out for them on these chips. I'm not sure who's going to play first. Both of these guys taking good long looks at it, but it looks like it's going to be Harned. Harned, it's got to get this up and over, and that wind is gusting hard right now. Oh, I like this a lot from Harned. Absolute perfection. Really good chip right there. Difficult to do anything else with that. Nicely done. Be proud of that one. And he's giving himself a chance at par. And that brings up Hansa. He's the sophomore out of New South Wales, Australia. He was the Big Ten golfer to watch coming into this season. Delicate chip here, ball well below his feet. Oh, that is so good. That is so good from that lie. Really well done. Got to be happy with that considering where he was. So Hansa and Harned both with really good chips there. And that'll leave it with Danny Erickson. Danny Erickson saw both of the other guys go long. So Erickson came up way short on that. He's got a putt that's about a mile long. Oh, that is a tough leave. Did not catch the slope the way that he thought. So Danny Erickson with a lot of work left to do. Out of Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida, ranked 511, the redshirt sophomore, was the golfer of the week by ASUN in 2025 in early September. He's got some work to do now. And he's still going to be away on this one, which is a tricky spot to be in on an already difficult hole. He finds himself just on top of that ridge, and that ridge is going to push things way down and back to the left, so he's got to really figure this one out. It's not a good situation at all. He's left himself a very tough one here for par. Ohio State, LSU, Virginia, all in the lead right now. Oklahoma playing well. This is Erickson for par. Got it. What a putt for Danny Erickson, and he throws the hand up to the mouth as if to say quietly, "Oh my gosh," and a giant smile from his coach, Scott Schroeder. That one was something of a putt. Well, Harned looking for his par here. Harned, Wisconsin. Native of the land of cheese. Harned needs this one for par after a tough chip. And he got it. No problem there. And Hassan, the gopher, left to play, looking for his par after a tough chip also. Erickson with the best of the bunch yet with an absolute bomb. An incredible two-putt totaling about 1,000 feet. I'm kidding, but it was long. No problem for Hassan. He'll tap in for the par. And we have another little break in the action here on the 11th.
Cooking soul. Cooking soul.
So Jack Crusor from Minnesota. Good shot there, safely right in the middle of the green, exactly where you want to be. You don't want to overthink this one, especially with this wind blowing right now. We've talked about it so much, but it is definitely coming in. North Florida will be next to play. This is Filippo Serra. Filippo Serra, redshirt junior from Switzerland, ranked 330, golfer of the week 2 times in February, just a bit ago. Very good player. He will have to hit this hard. It is dead into the wind. Probably has about a 7-iron right now. 150 playing 180, doesn't like it. This one falling, and will find that sand trap on the left side of the green. Spencer Turns from Wisconsin, last to play. 1 on as Sarah found it into the bunker on the left. Ooh, hit this one low. Doesn't like it one bit. Ooh. And that is on the left side and might find a little bit of trouble over there. You're going to want to take a look at that one. Tricky shots.
Cooking soul.
So it'll be a couple of tricky shots here. The Badgers have found themselves on the green, but Minnesota and North Florida in a little bit of a precarious spot off to the left-hand side. Filippo Serra and Jack Crusor off to the left, most likely in the trap. Spencer Turt's in fine shape. Just a bit of a difficult putt. So both will look at a couple of tough chips here. And this wind has been pretty relentless for much of the day. It started off incredibly nominal. Has picked up exponentially. And now gusting pretty significantly. Jack Crusor looks like he'll be first to play from Minnesota. He is their #1 player. This one just a little bit too much though. tough to judge that, and it'll find its way all the way out and to the far side. So Filippo Serra from the sand. From Geneva, Switzerland. I'd love to be in the middle of this green right now. Just needs a decent shot here. Good out of the bunker. Well played. Didn't get the roll he wanted to, and that wind killed it a smidge as well. The temperature has dropped significantly also out here. Went from a very warm, calm day in Puerto Rico to a gusty, deep breeze and significant overcast. Haven't seen the sun yet today. It peaked out a smidge this morning right before we got going, but since then has been absolutely nominal. So everybody on board now in putting. Sarah, Crusoe, and Turts. Torrance for Wisconsin. Has this putt for a par. Got it. Nicely done. And Kurt Torrance with another long bomb, and we've seen a few of those here. That one, a beauty by the senior. From Charlotte, North Carolina, 2025 Big Ten Sportsmanship Award, 2023-24 Academic All Big Ten, and a big old birdie putt here on 11 to keep his team in the mix. Jack Crusoe looking for his par. Oh, and that just jumps over the hole. Not kind. And a tap-in bogey. So Filippo Serra out of the bunker. Young man from Switzerland has this left for a par. A pair of bogeys and a par here at 11.
Cooking soda.
Pin hanging with you on hole number 11, a par 3 that measures 192 yards normally, but today it's very different. Playing from forward tees. Without wind, it's about 150, and with gusts today, it's probably playing back at around 180. It is diabolical. Not long, but the wind is affecting play. The smart move is to the middle of the green. If you're aggressive, it's going to fall off the back. On most days at 192 yards, it's a 6, 7, or an 8. Today, with no wind, a wedge or a 9, and with that gust, who knows what it's doing. Pin is centered on that front location, just left, creating a very difficult pin placement for these players today. We're going to take a quick look at the team leaderboard, and after that, a short break before we finish things off for you. Ohio State currently leading at 19 under, but tied with the number 1 team in the nation, Virginia, also at 19 under. Iowa in the fight at 16 under, and LSU, the number 2 team in the nation, at 12 under. We'll be right back in just a moment as our final groups are coming through the 11th here in Puerto Rico for the Puerto Rico Classic at Grand Reserve Golf Club. Alright, so back with you here as action continues on the 11th. A few more groups left to come through here on this par 3. Glad to have you along as Babygrande's coverage continues. Filippo Serra, Jack Crusor, and Spencer Tertz. 3 more groups to come after these gentlemen make it through. This will be Filippo Serra. And a nice shot puts him into that very popular ridge area down along the right-hand side. Wisconsin next up to play. Spencer Tertz. Tertz with the ball away. And everybody going to have a look at birdie on this difficult yet seemingly easy par 3. Certainly changed today because of the weather or the wind was a factor for much of this day. The first few groups got through here unscathed, and it was a relatively easy hole. Since then, the wind has picked up, and it's been back in their face and has wreaked havoc on these players. As our fourth to last group makes its way through. Still to come here on number 11, we'll have the group of Johan Brandenkamp, Ryan Bonas, and Bennett Warren. We'll see Marno Lang, Misha Candinas, and Ryan Schellberg. And we'll have Jules Lauer, Vinny Cervantes, and Chance Wrinkle as they will finish things off for us here as this day 1 of action gets ready to come to a conclusion. We want to remind you that we'll have more coverage for you later on this afternoon as well, coming up at 2:30 local time, which is 1:30 Eastern time, and post-show where we'll bring on Coach Andrew Sapp of Purdue to talk through the tournament and what it means to be here and where his team currently sits. We'll recap a little bit of the day for you and have all of the action from here until they finish as we get you set for day number 2. That will be tomorrow. Our coverage will begin at exactly the same time, 8:30 local, 7:30 Eastern time. And for anybody on the East Coast, good morning. We'll have you at 4:30 a.m. For those of us from the West Coast, ouch. All right, with you, Greenside, now, as this group will take a look at their punts. Everybody kind of coming from exactly the same area here. So not too much of a problem. I caught up with Spencer Tertz yesterday and had an opportunity to play a hole with him. Great young man, such a great program that Coach Mike Wilson has established here. The Badgers men's golf team earned a perfect multi-year NCAA academic progress rate score of 1,000, a mark of academic excellence and, of course, program stability. Ranked 102 in the nation right now. Mike Smith has built this group up with his assistant coach Ross Thompson into something special. And Spencer Terst out of Charlotte, North Carolina, ranked 491 in the world, a senior. He's been a big part of that. Had a chance to hang on a hole with him, a feature that you'll see coming up on Babygrande at some point. He's been absolutely fantastic and just a pleasure to work with and just a nice guy and a ton of fun. And played pretty good yesterday on that hang on a hole with us. Got himself a par. Almost made the putt for birdie. Let's see if he can redeem himself here with a birdie putt. This is Tertz. Tertz took a good long look at this one. It's traveling uphill. It's got to move a little bit to the right. Not a bad putt. Good job by Spencer Tertz. That's just a tap-in par. You won't even think about that one. Off canter step. One-hand guider in. No problem. A par for Tertz, and he'll walk away a little bit scot-free on that. So Jack Crusor next up to play from Minnesota. Crusor, sophomore from Bluffton, South Carolina, ranked 358th, 2025 and 2026, billed as the sophomore preseason Big Ten golfer to watch. Has this for birdie. Oh, just comes up short. But another tap-in par. You're not going to complain about tap-in pars. You're just not. I take tap-in pars all day. So Filippo Serra, next and last up. The redshirt junior out of Switzerland. Golfer of the week 2 times. The last of which was the week of February 5th of 2026. Has this for birdie. Oh, we blew this one past, but that's kind of a no-stress par coming back. Just give that a little tap. Don't overthink that one there, Sarah. Yeah, he won't. Just a tap in. And the same for Jack Crusor. I'll just need a little one here to finish this off and head on to the next. No blood and all pars. Nicely done by this group as we come down the final stretch and the final stretch of our coverage here at the Grand Reserve Golf Club.
Cooking soul. cooking soul.
All right, back with you here on 11 as just 3 groups remain to come through. Johan Bredenkamp, Ryan Bannis, and Bennett Warren of Iowa on the tee. Is everybody getting set to make one last go of it here? I believe Marquette will be first to play. And if I believe that, I would tell you that I was wrong, because it'll be Charleston. Johan Bredenkamp. Well, they changed it up on me again. It'll be Ryan Schellberg. Schellberg first to play. All right, and a typical spot over there. Well, the University of Iowa first year finds it on that left-hand side. Not a terrible place to be. Johan Bredenkamp will be next up. Number 5 for this team. Oh, goodness, and he gets that just to stay on the green. Tricky little spot right there for Bredenkamp, the freshman from Johannesburg, South Africa. And finally, it'll be Ryan Bannis of Marquette. 3rd year out of Winnetka, Illinois, ranked 506th. Love the swing on this guy. Beautiful shot. Doesn't necessarily love it. Oh, it's just the practice swing. This one coming a little bit right. Doesn't love it either. And that one will just find it short and across the cart path. He'll get a little bit of relief out of that, though. Not sure what happened on that one. Just kind of came out of it a little bit, but tons of match play success. He played a strong role in Marquette's Big East match play performance, going unbeaten 3-0 in matches to help secure that team title. Posted solid scoring rounds in 2025 and 2026, including a round 170 and a round 376 at early events. Just a tricky shot right there. Just got that one a little awkwardly, and he'll find himself in the soup off to the left and need to do a little bit of work to get it out of that. He'll get a drop by the cart path and the wetness of this one here as our third to last group makes their way to the green. All right, so tricky little one here off to that right-hand side. That's Ryan Banis. Gonna get relief out of that. Couple of gloves, cart path, as well as the fact that that's standing water. This course is absolutely soaked right now. Tons of rain yesterday. A lot of rain overnight. More rain today. So he's going to have to come up and take a good look at where he wants to land this one. Tough green. It's got that ridge right in the middle, so he's going to try to pace it off. The idea would probably be to land it right on that ridge and let it funnel down to the left. Regardless, that's a tricky shot. So Bennett Warren, just a little wayward off the tee, but Warren got relief, so he found himself at least a little bit of solid ground. Well, he's going to want it to be a little bit more than that. Warren wants that to stretch just a bit more. The player from Iowa will have a little trouble with that. That's just going to sit there on that ridge. We've seen that putt go in today, so it's not completely out of the question, but Warren just on the top side there. We'll have an interesting look at that one to see what he can't do. All right, so Bennett Warren safely aboard. Ryan Banis from Marquette off on that far side. Bredenkamp, the freshman from Charleston, getting a long look at his. But it'll be Banis first to play. So Banis caught that left side of that green. Decent putt here. These have also gone in today. It's going to be uphill, come off of that ridge, and move left to right on Banis here for Marquette. Got the speed right. Has he got the line right? Just a little bit more. Oh, and that'll come up a smidge short for Banis. This Marquette team, the Golden Eagles, 78th right now in the nation. Their success in 2025 really stemmed from consistent scoring from multiple players rather than single-star results. And they've seen it in their Big East championship team where all 5 golfers finished inside the top 15. Charlottesville, next up to play. John Bredenkamp for birdie. And that'll just slide over the hole. Have a look at that for par for the 646th ranked player in the nation. Stress goes back on Iowa now.
It was hard to get to. I was a little too close to.
Bennett Warren has this long one for par.
I don't know if they'll take it. I did. Oh, yeah. That's a good one.
And you'll have a little bit of work to do left there for bogey, but considering where he was off of that tee shot, not a horrible situation to be in. As Banis now will look to finish off his par. So a bogey for Banis and a tricky putt there. Letting his teammate know back on the tee what he did. Ooh, real good bogey save there after a difficult spot, and that could have gotten ugly very fast for Iowa. So Johan Bredenkamp left to finish things off for Charleston. Cougars have built towards regional competitiveness. They've been strong in fall performances and smart with strategic, but that's a bogey there for Bredenkamp. As this group will move on to the 12th. And we have two groups left to come through here at 11 before we wrap up day one coverage from the Puerto Rico Classic and host Purdue. All right, back on the tee box, first to play will be Ryan Schellberg with Iowa. Schellberg taking an aggressive line, likes it, stays on top of his swing, and this one just a bit long. That'll plug but bounce out of it. So a little bit of a lucky break there as he is long of the green for Schellberg. Misha Candinas next up for Marquette. Candinas from Switzerland, ranked 332nd in the nation. He led the team at Honors Course Invitational as a freshman. Candinas led Marquette's individual scoring at the Invitational at the Honors Course in the fall of 2025 and finished 26, shot under par in his first ever collegiate round. This is him on the tee at 11th here on the championship course at the Grand Reserve Golf Club for Marquette. Ball's away, nice swing. He stays in it and likes it. And you know what? That is the spot we've seen it in most of the day today. Play it safe to the middle of the screen and give yourself an opportunity at par, especially with the way the wind's changing up and around the green area. So Marno Lang, last to play for Charleston. Lang, a freshman out of South Africa, ranked 685th in the nation right now. players are really taking their time over these balls on this 11th because this wind is just changing so exponentially, and they're sheltered by it a little bit on the tee shot, which is why you're seeing distances a little bit wrong. Once you get up here to the green, it's pretty much wide open, directly in their face right now. Everybody has come up either very short or very long. For Lang. Oh, and that's, you know what? That's not a bad spot to be in. He can putt that one. Any more than that would have found himself in a tricky spot for chipping. So we'll have a couple interesting ones here with just two groups to go as the players make their way to the 11th on what has been an interesting weather day here in Puerto Rico. Started off and looked like we were going to have a bright, sunshiny, tropical rainforest day, and it turned into some rain and a lot of wind. So Ryan Schelberg from Iowa, he'll be first to play, finds himself in a little bit of a precarious spot here behind the green. Tough flag, tough chip, has to get this one up and over the rough stuff. Yeah, that is so well done. I mean, goodness, he's not going to argue with that. He's got mud on that golf ball. Not too much else he's going to be able to do with that shot. So he plays that one well. Gave himself a look for par. Pretty much all you can ask for. Misha Candinas taking a good long look at his. He'll be next up to putt for Marquette. He appeared regularly in Marquette's lineup throughout the fall and helped them with consistent scoring and contributing to team results. Has this for birdie. Oh, really good effort there. Absolutely. Really love to see that. That's a nice putt for him. That'll be a nice little tap in par, but Candinas will pick it up and take a quick look. So Schelberg will wait as it's Marno Lang with the putter from off the green. and Lang has put it close, but not a bad effort from there. So it'll be a tap in. Clean that up for a nice and easy par here on 11 after missing the green long. Shelberg has this left for a par after he was long and right of the green. Oh, nicely done. Really good up and down there for Shelberg from Iowa. And a tap in as well for Misha Candinas as the hats come off and the handshake as the day concludes for this group, and just one left to come. Here on number 11, it will be the group of Chance Wrinkle of Iowa, Vinny Cervantes of Marquette, and Jules Lauer of Charleston. And they will waste no time at all. Jules Lauer, first to play. The freshman from Saint-Germain, France. So that's Jules Lowry. And he's hit this well. Oh, and that is just going to catch a little bit of that left. That wind changed on in midair, and it hopped off the green left. That'll find its way into the sand trap. Vinny Cervantes in this group, but next up it will be Chance Wrinkle of Iowa. So Wrinkle on the tee now. Wind pushing at him just a little bit, nominalized from that last group. Let's see what Wrinkle's got. All right, Wrinkle has hit this one. Doesn't love it. You can always tell by the body language, but he's fine. Middle of the green, exactly where he wants to be. He's got to look at birdie. And our final player, Vinny Cervantes, out of Marquette. Cervantes, a second year from Chandler, Arizona, at the Irish Creek Collegiate. He was the champion. He won that and was named Big East Freshman of the Year. That event included a 64 6-under, one of the lowest rounds on the team. Big East All-Conference, named to the All-Big East second team in 2025. That reflected his standout freshman campaign. Recorded an NCAA regional round at the set a Marquette program mark of 67 in 2025. Doesn't love this one. And that is going to be an interesting putt. That is going to be the putt that's going to end our day here on 11. And it is going to be one for the books because that is up the hill, through the clown's mouth, over the water. Putt on your 18th hole to send it away. And these players will make their way up to the green as we get set to close out our day one of coverage here from Puerto Rico.
cooking soul.
All right, final group on the green here at 11 as day one of coverage concludes from the Grand Reserve Golf Club in Puerto Rico. Not a bad stretch for Babygrande, as a little bit of a stint in Guadalajara, Mexico, and now here in Puerto Rico. The number one and number two teams competing. Virginia here, LSU here, the number one player in golf, Ben James. In the mix and playing today. We'll get you updated on all of that. And we'll have a little bit of a post wrap up for you here as well. But first, it's Jules Lauer from Charleston, from the bunker, pin high left. Popular spot today. Well, that just came out hot, and we've seen some different lies in that bunker so far today. That one, by far, the spiciest. So a tricky putt for par coming out of that for Jules Lauer of Charleston. Vinny Cervantes and his coach taking a good long look at this one. He has got a monster putt. For birdie, up and over the ridge. Oh my goodness, that is so good. Just so good for Cervantes. That was a monster putt, and he will have a tap-in par from what looked to be an almost impossible position. Gotta love that. Chance Rinkle, next up to putt. Also a long one here. This one's got to travel, and that'll come up short for a bit more left for par for Rinkle. Jules Lauer out of the bunker, spicy, so this is his par putt for 3 here at 11. Oof. Just a little bit to the outside, so a tap-in bogey, but tough bunker shot. We'll end the day. Chance Rinkle next up to play. This is his look at par. Here's Rincole. Oof. He's just blown that past, so it'll be a tap-in bogey for Iowa and Rincole. He's going to stop to take a quick look at it. And that brings up Cervantes. And Cervantes finds a way to just tap that one in. Rincole left to clean up his. And there it is. Hats will come off as we take a look at the final leaderboard here today, as updated as we possibly can get you, thanks to our friends at Scoreboard, powered by Clip, and of course in partnership with Babygrande Golf. Ohio State finds themselves currently out in the lead with just a few scores left to report. They are currently sitting at 21 under. Virginia in second, the number one team in the nation, at 20 under, and a great day by them. Brian Lee finished at 6 under. Paul Chang at 6 under. Josh Duongmani at 4 under. Ben James, the number one player in golf, at 4 under. And Mikey Lee, the freshman, also at 4 under. LSU with a phenomenal performance as well. They find themselves in the mix also, but they are 6 back of the second place team in Virginia and 7 back of Ohio State. Good performances today. McWilliams at 6 under, Danny Hayes at 3 under, Jay Mendel at 3 under, and Hudson Lawson at 2 under. Well, with the conclusion of round number 1 and 2 to go, there are still a lot of things that can happen here in Puerto Rico at the Grand Reserve Golf Club, and Babygrande has you covered. We'll be back with you tomorrow with featured hole coverage coming to you from the par 3 16th. You don't want to miss that, as round 2 action picks up at 8:30 local time, 7:30 Eastern time. You can do the math backwards from there. It gets earlier and earlier. Our coverage today, not quite concluded. Coming up at 3:30 local time, that's 2:30 Eastern time, we will have a wrap-up show, and Andrew Sapp, the head coach of Purdue Men's Golf, will be joining me on the veranda to talk about the day and hosting this tournament. Thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you're following Babygrande on all of our socials, and we will see you later on for the Hello From wrap-up show on day number 1 of the Collegiate Classic from Puerto Rico and the Grand Reserve Golf Club. I'm Nick Gismondi. We'll see you soon.